Good times, oh, hello. Hello. Oh, that's new. Okay. Sure. Sure, OBS, sure. Alright. Welcome in, guys. I hope you're looking for the blueprints. So you can see how stupid I am. Sorry. Sorry, no. Bad me. I'm not supposed to insult you. I'm gonna make myself a little bigger so the pet works better. Maybe. Ready, Wolf? How are you guys? I hope your week wasn't too bad and you have a good weekend in front of you. Reminder that today is Blueprints and I got a game from Lurkit, so there will be a Lurkit link playing every hour's enchant. And tomorrow we are not having full day, we are having a collab with Gob. Which means I will likely start a little earlier than usual. Whoopies! Exactly, yes, whoopies. A solo jingle jingle. Jingle jingle jingle. Jingle jingle jingle. I'm debating whether to play this one with controller or mouse and keyboard, because I remember it working kind of with the controller, but this could be something I play mouse and keyboard. I feel like that game's receptive to mouse and keyboard. I got a bump on my head. I kinda want to scratch it off, but I know if I scratch it off, it's gonna have a hard time to heal, and if it has a hard time to heal, it'll be there longer, but what if I just fucking remove the skin? In the hopes that it heals more equal. What if this time it stayed straight, like it's supposed to? Why does my skin have to be textured? Well, textured and itchy, really. Sorry, I'm waking up. I still need to sew my code. I actually forgot yesterday. Well, more than forgot, I kind of just gave up on it and then forgot. But I did apple pie. My mom and I made apple pie yesterday. The apples were like on the scale when we went to the grocery store. So we made 4 apple pie. And we're supposed to freeze 2 of them. We have not yet done that. I'm resisting the temptation to eat another pie because I ate one for breakfast. Do I usually eat breakfast? No. Would I eat breakfast for apple pie? Yes. I just love apple pie. Hey, hello, how's it going? Good morning. Hope you like blueprints. Because you're not gonna see it for like for like 20 more minutes. I'm a slow starter, as they say. Apple pie is top tier, it fucking is. I love apple pie. I devour apple pie. I could eat an entire apple pie by myself for a day. Like, it, possibly less. It's a problem. The less I see the apple pie, the better I can resist the temptation. I like, I don't know. It's like not too sweet, but sweet enough, and it's like it's not the heaviest thing to eat either, so it's easy to eat an entire apple pie. I really want to eat that. Apples are my favorite fruit. That's fair. I really like apples too, but I can't bite into them. So I would need to cut them up every time I want to eat apple, so I don't usually do that. I have more luck with banana because I can just rip the banana open. Yeah, my lower jaw is smaller than my upper jaw, so it's kind of not possible for me to just bite into it. Granny Smith are my go-to. We usually buy Cortland because my mom says those are the best one for making apple pie. And then I got to eat an entire bowl of apple with cinnamon and sugar because we had too much apple for the apple pie we were making. Yeah. Sorry. Good times. Listen, I like apple pie, Mom! You couldn't hear her, but she knows we're talking about apple pie. Ah! I met you. Sorry. If I'm not thinking about apple pie, I'm thinking about scratching myself. Luckily, I want an entire bowl of apple and cinnamon. It tastes great. Honestly, I'd recommend it. Like, if you don't feel like making a whole ass apple pie, this is a great snack. Or dessert, even. I would have that more often if apples weren't pricey. Well, everything's pricey when you're broke, but that's beside the point. Oh, you know another thing I could probably eat a lot of? Fucking pudding shummer. I love that shit. It's really just cake that's marinated in the fucking maple syrup or brown sugar sauce, but I fucking love that shit. I'm a sweet tooth, and it's a problem. Because it's not the healthiest thing. And then I talk sometimes to people who don't have a sweet tooth at all, and the sweetest thing they'll eat is like fruits with nothing on it. And I go, huh? I don't understand. I mean, that's fair. We all taste things differently, but I don't understand. Like, at least fruits dip in chocolate sometimes. Ah, a chocolate fondue. Now I'm making myself hungry. Why am I doing that? I have a massive sweet tooth. Same. If you ever find something too sweet, I will likely eat it for you. I would do that. There's not a whole lot of things that are too sweet for me. They are, but it's like you can count them on your hands. I do, however, have a few things I don't like, and it's not because they're too sweet. Like, I don't really like cheesecake, for example. I don't know, I don't like cheese in sweet meals. I found. I'm willing to try it anyway, just in case that my taste buds decided that their opinion on it have changed, but... Yeah, I'm the cake disposal in my house whenever there's a party. Yeah. It's a good thing to be sometimes. Hi, cultist! How you feeling, bud? I am currently scratching my skin off while talking about sweet food. I took my meds, so it should stop me from scratching myself eventually, for like maybe 10 minutes. I said a few application there. No worries. I'm glad you found some stuff you wanted. I learned about it from Gingerly because Ginger likes to give me some of the offer when they popped up, which I really should find some good way to thank her at some point because I haven't. Don't scratch yourself. But yeah, she usually lets me know if there's a game she thinks I like or is in my wish list, and it happens to be on Lurk It or drop airdrop. She'll let me know. I figured we both like having certain variety of game, and it's nice to get them for free. So yeah.
Protest.
That's right, Rose. Oh, this is here.
Maple.
Right, it's been a minute. You guys can have your morning cookies, right? I know you've been waiting for it. There you go. Bunch of cookies. Yay! Funnily enough, I would probably not eat those cookies because they look crunchy. I like soft cookies only. It's all about that texture of soft cookies. When they just come out of the oven and they're still soft, just gobble that up. Gobble that up while it's still warm. Do it! I got it? Got what? Huh? God damn it, Mother Nature, let me ride my bike! Wait, what? Huh? Gonna make cookies with fudge filling for lady? I mean, you could make me pretty much any sweet and I'd likely be very happy regardless. If you want to bribe me, bring me sweet food. It will likely work. It's snowing again? Damn. Wherever you live sucks, Rose, because I haven't had snow in a week. I mean, maybe I'll get some again. I wouldn't be entirely surprised, but... I'm in Canada, Quebec. I feel like I should have more snow than you. I live in the mountain, you know what? That makes sense. That makes sense that you would have snow. Do you like coconut flavor? I didn't used to. It's been about 10 years since I've had anything with coconut though, so I would be willing to try again. It's been long enough that I might have changed my opinion about it. Is that you saying you want some too? Yep, you like coconut. Coconut is great. Macarons! Wait, are macarons made with coconut? For real? They don't taste like coconut. They don't taste like coconut at all. Well, I don't know what they taste like anything. They just taste like macaron to me, regardless of the color. But they're also seriously overpriced. I mean, I've heard they're hard to do, so technically they're not overpriced, they're just pricey. Got it, because there's a homemade candy I can make. Vanilla condensed milk, butter, shredded coconut milk goes into pan, boil it thick, make it into a ball, and then refrigerated, dip it in there. I mean, it sounds good. And decadent. Dang. Meanwhile, I can make sugar fudge, like the square thing. I can make dough-eye, which is the chocolate with peanut butter, but I need the recipe again. I don't know where I left it. And I can make peanut butter cookie. I don't make a whole lot of stuff from scratch. Well, I don't make a lot of anything, really. Maybe one day my motivation will get a boost and I'll be able to do stuff all the time again. I used to always be crafting or cooking something. But that was a while ago. Yeah, I don't make enough. It's a weird concept to miss an older version of me, I feel. But I miss the me that was actively doing stuff all the time. It is what it is. It's not like playing the current me has only bad sides. I've made friends I didn't have. I'm streaming now. Streaming is very fun most of the time. I like being here with you guys. And hell, I would have never dreamed to have this many games in my life before. If you had asked me like 15 years ago how many games I would expect to have in my library, I probably would say like 20. Now I don't even know how many. There's so many. And most of you are to blame for it. Does Steam count them? Let's see. I have more than 366 games. What the? That's just the uncategorized one. As a streamer, you get a buff to your game. I really did. I really did. I don't even know what half of those games are. I might not make money, but I make games. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Alright. Calm down. I'm calm. Backlog huge. I'm sure I've cleared some of those games. Plus, I categorize the one I think should be in streams. So technically, there's a 45 games backlog. But at least 2 or 3 of them my computer can't handle, so they're not gonna be anytime soon.
Soon, Rose. Soon.
You don't need to know, but I want you to know that I always get closer to the mic whenever I say that. Like, very, very, very close to the mic. I'm usually sitting, like, a couple of inches away at least from the mic, but I'm close enough to almost kiss the mic whenever I say soon. I don't know why I do that, but I do. It's for the ambience, guys. I'm setting the mood. For spooky times. Hey. We've been stalling for 25 minutes. I think we can do the dip. If anyone would like to be dipped and isn't in there yet, please do exclamation point join. But before that, jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Alright. That's how you deal. Oh. Really, Rose? In the middle of my dipping? Right in front of my dipping, Rose? I missed so many dips? No, you did not. That was gonna be my first dip. Rose stole that dip, that dip from me. Hi, Jesus. You little shit, you're getting yeeted for that, Rose. For many days? Well, I'm not compensating for the one you missed. You gotta go, stay safe, have fun. Bye, hello. Have a good one. Thanks for coming to say hi. No way that it could be a second. You little shit, I'm gonna eat you too. You know there's no cooldown on that thing. I don't know, I timed it perfectly before you started, but you did not. That's okay. I'm patient. I can wait. In the meantime, we can talk about vampires. What's your favorite type of vampire media you've recently or not recently consumed? Ah, you ready for the dip now? I'm so violent. You are. Lucy, since you're today's most violent chatter, would you like an extra dip or an extra jingle jingle? Name your prize. Extra dip? Okay. You're preparing for a rough day? We'll start with you then. I'm sorry that life got more fucky. I hope it gets better soon, Lucy. No meme zone? Hi, how you doing? Excuse me while I dip people. Hi, Deco! I'm late for You're not late for dips. Dips are happening right now, Deco. You made it just in time. Here you go. That's not a you sure did. Okay, did I dip everyone? Did anyone else want to dip? Are we good to go? We can start the game. Any more battle royale that I need to know of? Anyone's name I need to yell? Giving you guys 10 seconds. A yeet? Okay. I knew you'd want one, Rose. The most violent yeet. Aren't all yeet the most violent? How dare you try to measure my yeet? Have another one. Oh, excuse me. Okay, okay. Oh, I kept the staff. Hold up. I don't need all those keys. Hi, Neb! How you doing? Welcome in. We're about to play. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet or too habit. Yeah.
Welcome home.
Oh,
Such
hi,
as it is.
Michelle. I don't think you're on the wheel yet. Let me check. You are not. Let's add you on there. There you go. Oh, game's still loading. Okay, I might need a second. how's it going? What's wrong, Miriam? I used my note tab, but a physical notebook or alt tab works good. Oh. Pay attention, you're gonna want a notebook. Okay, well, I do have the note tab.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare
This is a zero backseating stream, yes, but I feel like the notebook doesn't exactly backseat anything. They're not wrong.
Heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones,
You'll see, liar.
son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in, and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff.
Yeah, most game that needs you to have a journal doesn't let you have a journal.
Any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
800? Rowan, no. Holy shit. I don't have that kind of space on my computer, guys. I already have all of my riggings and my drawings and my streaming stuff. I don't have 800 pictures space. I'm intimidated now. Open only in the event of my death. Well, you sure are dead, so I think we can go ahead with that. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. Who knows if Lady's computer will handle notes? I sure as hell don't. I feel this game is very intimidating. You can just see how I'm doing, and if I'm doing well, I believe in you, Neb. You can't do worse than me. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wish and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intention in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel should bring to your attention. No tools or item may be brought into the estate from outside. Tools and items from the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself. But it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the success of the previous day. Or the lack of. One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grants have provided me a home for the last half-century, and even I am uncertain of which rooms lie beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads. Abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. Okay. Well, your mom was interesting. Grandmother. Yeah, your grandmother. This animal, well, some of the most in-depth puzzle game I've played. Oof, boy. I like watching puzzle game. I'm not good at puzzle game though. Damn. Okay. Call it a day. Okay. A hallway? Because I don't want to lock myself in to a little room too early. If you don't like reading, then you won't like this game. I like reading sometimes. It's kind of a 50-50 on if I feel like reading or not. If that makes sense. Hi, Rena! I hope you have a good lurk. Thanks for hanging out. In the West Wing, doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. Okay. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. That seems worthy to note for now. I can always remove it. Ah, I have to choose one? God damn it. Let's go with storeroom. Well, we're unlikely to have to come back here. And that seems important. Oh, whoops. I set myself on fire. Am I still on fire? No, I'm good. Okay. I have 48 step. The bedroom would be useful at this point, but I don't really want to lock myself in. A den, maybe? Okay. Okay, here's the key. What's the purpose of this game again? Complete a puzzle to get your uncle inheritance? Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lordy Vincent, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. Hi sir, how you doing? I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though. As I always enjoyed your mathematical puzzle and appreciate that I didn't need to know the rule of dart to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. It did not. He died. Okay. Really? Those are my choice? I can't. What? Why would you lock me in already? Well, I mean, they're still that bad, but Jesus Christ. Oh no. Okay, the black box contains gems. This box and the blue box are empty. All 3 boxes are empty. Well... Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate with the old Ems this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusion that my company is rivals to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzle, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game that I had played for years back involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I have included with this letter all the details you will need to share with your guest should you be inclined to play this confounded game. Always your friend, Mr. Larry. Larry! There will always be at least 1 box which displays only true statement. There will always be at least 1 box which displays only false statement. Only 1 box has a prize within. The other 2 are always empty. Okay, so this one is definitely a motherfucking liar. And I think the black box is the right one. Easy! Alright. Okay. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have extra guests exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apple, 5 banana, 5 orange. The included amount should cover expense, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. So I get more step from eating? Yay! Guys, do you think it works in real life? Can I make more step if I eat apples? I'm totally not just looking for an excuse to eat my apple pie. Totally. Anyway. Apple pie is so peak, yes it is. Yeah, it does, and I don't want to. I'm just a little guy. Never mind, I'm broke. Aw, I'm sorry. I can't help you, I got it for free. No, I'm done. It's not about how much of a discount it is. It's about whether or not we can afford it. I'm fine with watching fair. Okay, so blue. Why do I have caps on? Blue memos are true. Hey! Hey! I know I'm too late for the stabbing, but... Hey, stop it. Why am I pointing? Right, I remember now. Okay, back to the note. So, blue memos are true. Red memos are lies. Lovely. Important information to get at the start. All the pets. I don't deserve so many pets! Another unfortunate soul centers the fun hands. I'm currently playing this game. Hi, Onion! Cultist, if you're still here, would you terribly mind giving some shoutouts? Press enter. US state inventory. Okay. So I didn't forget anything behind, that's good. Keycard system. Security doors are within the estate that can only be unlocked with and keycard system. Setting. Set security level. Below. Change your offline mode. Unlocked. But I don't think that's going to be useful because I'm likely to get locked out before I even get far enough to see those, but... Hey! You get those hands off of me! You get those hands off of me! Goddamn sneakily giving me pet pets. Milo! Hello. Good. There you go. Oh, I hate that. Why? Why? How goes it, lady? We're not on an amazing start, I'm gonna be honest. Fuck! Well, there's still a door, there's a chance. It's not super open, but there's a chance. This book contains a complete star-based list of constellation and observe effect that accompany the appearance of each one, depending on the number of stars that can be seen on the sky on any given day. Different constellations and various sides may be visible, sometimes more than one a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily to identify these constellations. Impress your friend and discover the joy of stargazing. The twin, the slice, the diamond, the southern cross, the key, the farmer's apple. Diamond Drax is the dead. Okay. How do I... You're too high, you son of a fuck! Well. Hi, Proxy! Hope you're doing well. Have a good luck, liar. Guess who has 2 stone to throw at the glass house? You? Yes, my 2 Jesus Christ, Zaki, come on. How you been? Space was asking about you a bit ago. Okay, wrong way. But the good news is it's kidney stone, not a blown disc, like I thought initially. So that's fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic in the sense that it could have been worse, but it's not fantastic in the sense of you still have those. I had a wisdom tooth extraction yesterday. Ow! I'm sorry to hear that. Can I use it now? Fuck me. Hammer! Lots of ice cream. I'm on meds, but I haven't eaten since when is. That's not good, Peace. Can you have like milkshakes? Like, can you like crush it till you don't have to chew anything? I don't know. It's not as bad as you thought, but I heard kidney stones are a bitch and hurt. I heard the same, Rose. However, you are gonna stay automated. Maybe it was too low? It didn't feel too low, but... I'm confused. Can I please use it? I can have soup Saturday? Jesus. Okay, now I need to turn it towards the hole. Yeah, that's just my preference. I'm worried that people don't, mostly here at least, don't use it, in the way that I modded it for. North Star. 1 money. Okay. I still have 48 steps. I don't know that I want to buy food. Oh damn, the sandwich is 15, huh? Helps your urine more acidic to help prevent breakdown existing kidney stone. I take it. Ah. Zero out of 10, sync doesn't work. I'm sorry, what? Why red and blue? That makes me think the tie is a lie. Okay, let's just buy something and see. Tray 15. I only have 6 sands. How much is it? 8? Yeah. Let's buy a banana. Yeah, same. Hope you get better soon, man. What day are you on, lady? This is day 1. I just started. Drawing room, courtyard. Let's go drawing room. Drawing for a place.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Ah, okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items in the room that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Okay, cool. This door is locked, no problem. This room leads to a color of your choice? But it's a dead end. Oh no, wait, that's a straight line. Or I can go to the chapel. But I lose 1 cent every time I go in. However, there's 2 doors, so that gives me more possibilities. Why do they keep giving me the lavatory? Cup of room temp chicken broth. You know, better than nothing. I'll take it. Battle Royale fight for my entertainment. What's a breaker room for? Well, I don't know what I just did, but I sure did something. Moving on. Goodbye, money. I don't know what color I want. The green hub, maybe? Fuck! Of course I ran out of gem here. Motherfucker. Alright. Milo, you're today most violent chatter. Name your prize. It's all you can do. It really is, but it gets frustrating sometimes. It's over, guys. It's over. It's over. There's no way. I live for violence, no prize needed, just pred. I mean, there's still a prize if you want it. I offer it to everyone. I'm certainly not gonna skip a buddy. The trunk is locked. Your mom is locked! Ooh, top hat. Can I have it? Can I have it? I would like the hat. I want the hat. I want the hat! Greetings from Reddington. No, Molly, you could be done Discord carry. That is not... That's not even an option! It's an extra dipper at Jingle Jangle! Bro. Why do you guys always go for the karaoke? What is wrong with you? Do a jingle jingle? Alright. Let me just get my keys. There we go. You ready? Jingle jingle jingle. Jingle jingle jingle. Alright, get out of my face. Locked. Fucker! There's no more keys around here. I got nothing. Okay, well, let me call it a day. We tried. Loves the staff. Thank you. I think Space was the one that thought of the idea, and I just happened to refine it to something I liked more after that. I'ma call it. I don't think we'll win the first one, but... Save and continue. Made it pretty far for a first day. Thank you! Had to fight the game for it, but the drawing room helped. Open app. We read that. Okay. Already trying to lock me in. Thank you, game. I love that for me. Okay, there's the apple. Hate losing money, but... Look a nap. Have a good nap, peace. It was nice to see ya. Hey, Clorix. I'm sorry, I'm way behind on shout outs. So if anyone wanted a shout out, just, you know, voice yourself out and let me know, because I didn't do any. And I have forgotten who even needs a shout out at this point. Please don't be locked. Okay, cool. Do I want to spend my gem on a walk-in closet? Maybe. Fuck yeah! Wait, that was 2 gem and 1 key, right? There should be 1 more. Did I miss it? Coupon book. Save 1 on each purchase you make in the estate. Okay. Interesting. Making me want to play Blueprints again? I'm sorry? I'm gonna need more keys, but at the same time I want to see what the puzzle piece is. No, let's get a key. Oh, motherfucker. Never beat it, kinda want to try again. That's fair. Okay. Now I can go from the chapel. I will lose a scent, but the fuck else am I supposed to do? Motherfucker, I went the wrong place. Back! My money! It's fine. It happens. Pretty hard to beat this game solo. Oh yeah. I'm sure some people do it anyway. Me and Neil played it together, so that helped. At least that. Office. Opportunity to earn and spread money. Okay. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there's enough time to put another work order before Simon arrives, so just make sure the west and east lever are operational. West and east levers. Okay. Make sure the west and east levers are operational. Why do I keep capping? When did I press the cap? Fucking. Ah! Okay. Upgrade disk. Insert into one of the estate terminal to permanently upgrade one of your floor plane. Okay. Run payroll. Check will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes the servant quarter and maid's chamber currently on the estate. I only have one room, so spread gold in the estate. Spread gold now. These coins are spread, distributed in the room currently throughout the estate. Let's spread the gold now. Oh, can I only... To permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floors. 5 dig spot, 2 jewels. Well, 2 jewels because I don't have a shovel. Hi, Sarf! Okay. Thank you. Bridget, please check in any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Baron, Herring of the Major. Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I'm not sure if the last title is intended to be Hearing or Herring, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. They're all red though, except the March of the Count. I'm gonna take a screenshot for now. Because it's suspicious. Wait, what? Ooh! Huh? Oh no. Do I have multiple try for the save? Terminal password. I think I have to find the books if I wanna know the password. That fucking tag again. Are you planning on assuming it's 4-digit, the 10,000 possibility? Well, I'm not gonna fucking brute force it. I don't know how many tries I have. Okay, that's still there, which means that's a constant. I'm missing 10 points, that's normal. It's currently offline, that's good. Return to security menu. I don't know the password. I imagine that's the same for both computers. Oh god. Right. My favorite. The you can't see shit room. Fuck! God fucking damn it! Of course I'm drawing a dead end. Oh god, I don't have jams. Please be something good. Weight room, okay. Hey, what the hell are these? It's not padded. Oh, I thought turning it off would mean I could open the door. Well, I don't have a fucking key card. Oh my god. Who did I offend? I don't know. God? Me. That's a fun lock. Can I move or interact with anything here? Marigold wins Herald literary honor. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird had been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning the prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair married again, using Marigold as a pen name to free her from her political association that one might make with the Sinclair family. Swinburne daughter never considered herself success. Oh my god! Calm down, Neil. I know it's your obsession, but she confided my son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I had always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime. And so we ran out a book we owned. My imagination had to take over from here. What day are we on to? Marigold has elaborated in the previous interview that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and in flexible love of the color red. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed that book as a rather thinly veiled political critic of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. Okay. Helen Manning and his publisher Philip White were 2-3 dozen names that appeared on the leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Princedale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility for the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also calls themselves Children of Blackwater. Huffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in the statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victim of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company, was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press. Citing personal reasons, the announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance himself from the publisher this week. Manning and White at press function was seen as the corner suspicious bag under the wave down local. This is the third major last year. It is anticipated charged by the Crown. Manning was the last mid-trial and expected to last up to grand treason. No trace is discovered of Cynthia Harris, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator, whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name of Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character accident at this point, and we are seeking information. I feel like you're full of shit. You're full of shit, newspaper. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fane Ares have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibit. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage. I need to drink more. And access has never been granted to those outside of noble circle. At least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum ground dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by a report of several masked intruders seen breach the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruder broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewel have not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifact rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Ares, the priceless crown jewel whose material would pale in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. Politics? Nah. And what the fuck are they gonna do with it? I mean, I'd sell it, but if it's politically motivated, I don't know. Oh god. Oh god. Ah! It's the fucking bathroom! Man left into pieces. This is the bedroom. So many red room? Yeah. That's because I have the fucking furnace. Fucking got stuck with a dark room. Dark room would wouldn't it be funny if I don't know, maybe I just forced you to have lots of red room. Alright, well, day 2. Called it a day. It's fine, I wasn't expecting a win at the start anyway. OBS is telling me that my stream is struggling a little bit with encoding. Is it good on you guys' side? It's good as far as I can tell. Okay, thank you. This is the blue box. No, that's true enough. The blue box is true. Yeah, yep. The blue box is empty. Okay, that's true. That's true. So this must be a lie then. One of them is always lying. I have played the demo, yeah. Not for too long. I think I played for maybe 30 minutes of the demo, but... Hey, how's it? Okay. Ma'am, I'm working. Can you keep yourself busy for a couple of hours? Hmm? Kids. Buried below. Occasionally you may discover small mounds of dirt in certain room of the estate. With a shovel, one may be able to excavate the suspicious dig spot. Okay, so we have 2 of them. Good to know. Fucking chapel again. But I want to keep my options open. Damn, that would have been nice. Okay. That keeps my option open. Security's just good to have early, I think. Is everything still off? The keycard system is currently operational. Confirm setting. Okay. Man, I'd like to make myself a coffee. I mean, I have one, but I could have more. I can always have more coffee. Drawing room. Good, 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 good. Lovely. Ma'am, please. For the love of God. Ah! I need a key. I need a key. I should have thought this through. That's okay. It happens. It's fine. We're gonna go back. Barbecue. Mm. You know, I haven't had barbecue food in a couple of years now. Yeah, we've read that. That's useless. Okay, well, time for the other side. Same. Yeah. Okay, break room's not bad to have here. Because now I set it to unlock automatically if it's off. I think. Spare room might ask me a key. Okay, we're fine. Maybe I should have had the green room, but I don't like having dead ends. Not when it's so easy to end up getting stuck with a dead end. Pantry. Banana! Banana! Sorry. I like bananas. It's like one of the only fruit that's universally cheap, too. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Alright. What you got? Ivory dye. While the drafting you may use to roll new floor plan. Okay. Save. I do have a key now though, so there's a chance, a rather small one, but a chance. The red lives! For a little bit. haven't made enough progress on my Under 2 game to think I have a chance of getting a win here, but if I can make progress or learn more, that'll be a win in itself. Hi, Evie! How you doing? I really need to get a shovel. I'm okay, you? I killed Evie's stream a few times yesterday. Did you now? Motherf... Okay. Nah, it was my singing that did... Nah. I'm sorry, your singing doesn't have that kind of power, Evie. Maybe in another life. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer and master, the Baron of Mount Holy H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who has an interest in attending service may contact Mrs. Babbage, not baggage, for details. In following the instruction left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, our work at Mount Holy is suspended. All live-in staff have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premise by Friday, November 6th. Mrs. Babbage. How you doing? I was promised items. I was hoping for more. I feel like all I got is a memo. Right. Ah, motherfucker! It's a good song, dude. I can't blame you. Oh! It's fine. It's still the hallway. Oh! Cock blocked again. Alright, well, I got nothing. Looks like that's as far as we get it. Maybe I have piss poor planning, I don't know. And then I got sappy for 5. Ah, and I missed it. Okay. New run, new me. Maybe that's what the encoding was complaining about. Yeah, it could be. My computer's not a young baby anymore. It's doing its best, but it's a solid 6, maybe 7 years old now. But I think 6. Hello, puzzle, my old friend. This box is blue. Yep. The gems are in a true box. Uh-huh. This box is black. Oh! Oh, great! Oh, great! This box is black, and this box is blue. Those two are true. This one says the gems are in a true box, which means it's in the white one. Because it's the only one lying. And it always has to be a lying box.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Thank you for the hydrate, Rena. Delicious. Hey, that's not ideal, but at least we got a key. At this point, I'm just gonna have a bedroom. Can you please not be a dead end? I swear to God. Thank you. I'm too tired for this brain process. That's fair. Oh my fucking God. I will lose my mind. Ah! Anyway. Thank you. Let's go for a closet. Alright, that paid for itself. Good, 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 good. We still don't have a shovel, but you know, we're not cock blocked yet. Of course. Please. Please, I swear to God. Please. Chapel it is. The chapel gives me more of an option. I do like the security room, but I can't have them constantly trying to go back to the store. Okay. What you got? Okay, pantry it is. Thank you for the banana. Banana! Check one item and retrieve it the other day. Yeah, I totally have that. What's rank 8? This game is a bit of a bastard, isn't it? The twins. A pair of chests has been added to the entrance hall. Cool. If I get blocked because I don't have a key or something, I'll go look. I don't know that I was worth it, but I have it now. Oh my god. They want to lock me in so bad. Let's keep it for now. Oh, the dart game! Ah, what was it again? Okay, yep. So... Yeah, no, I don't remember. The rules ought to be somewhere. Right? I know it's about man. Is that blue? Divided? Okay. The roses in chat? Yeah. Okay, so it was on 4, I pressed 4, and it's either 5 or 6. That makes no sense. I knew the answer to this. I have completely forgotten. 11? Okay, so blue is multiply. So 18. Then maybe minus 10, so 8. 10 minus 8 is 2. That must be multiply. Or divided. That might be divide. If it's divided, then the answer would be 5. Shit. It was not divided. So 20? Okay, so it's multiply. Red is multiply. Dart game. Well, technically it's pink. Pink is multiply. Yellow is subtract. And blue is addition. Right? Completed it so many times. It's definitely interesting, but I'm not that good at math. Okay, so 12 minus 7 is 5. 5 multiplied by 4? It'll be 20 again. Hey, give me. Ah, I don't have the fucking jam. I hate the dark room. God damn it. What the hell is that? Banana. Banana. Banana and apples. They also make a great juice together. I don't see anything else I can interact with. I could have a solid nap here, though. Look at that bed. Ah! What? Who left their pet here? What the fuck? That's abuse! No one lives here anymore! I swear to God, you better be coming each day to check up on your damn hamster. Hello, baby! Are you gonna bite my finger? Guinea pigs love to, and the hamster love to eat my fingers for some reason. Maybe they just don't like me, that's fair. I need a security room. Half of my— oh my God. You do be blind and see carrot-shaped object. Yeah. Oh, lucky. Yes. That's my last key. I think— oh my God. No! go back to the start. Get those resources. Not. What's that? Car keys. What? Why would I need car? I already read that. Okay. Locked. Please don't be locked. Thank you. Conference room. Whenever item would be spread throughout the house, they are placed in this room instead. Okay. Safe code. The safe code! I don't know if the code changed. It could be. I'm gonna have to write it by letter because I can't type the numbers right now. 9 0 8 3. Safe code. After meeting, adjourns, take out conference note and place them in the office safe. Okay. And locked. Of course. Of course it is. Of course it would be. But of course. No. That still has the paper of last time. Okay. I mean, I didn't have to walk as far as I thought I would, so that's good. I hate not seeing. But I'm gonna have to gamble. Ah, that's a bedroom, isn't it? Motherfucker! I'm not sure that picture has any use. Also, who gives a safe as a Christmas present? Bruh. That's wild. Merry Christmas, honey. Here's a little something from me. Alright, well, we're fucked. Well, there's still the dark room here, maybe. I think that was a card pass thing, though. Okay. After I failed this attempt, I think I'm gonna go on lunch break. Because there's no way we're getting to it at the end of the week. Oh, it only gives it the first time you step in it. Okay, that's good to know. The entrance might have keys so I can open here. And then that will only matter if I can get something to get the room open. I'm running out of steps though, so that might be it either way. I'm fucked. Oh, was that the last day? Yeah, the chest might have been on the last day. Oh no, there they are. The trunk is locked. Of course! I'm walking out. I'm leaving. Oh, that counts as a step. I'm nowhere on the map though. Make a wish. I wish my draw was less shitty. That's locked. I didn't actually know you could walk outside, to be honest. I thought that would end the game. I'm a little weirded out. What the fuck? Wow, that's pretty though. That's a view people would pay for. I wouldn't mind sitting here and listening to music. Mm-hmm. I wonder how far I can walk outside. Because that's already a lot more than I thought I could. Oh, it's dark in here. I would stay away from it. I'd be deadly afraid of falling if I was within 50 feet of that. Eh. We all die someday. There's probably worse way to die than falling. There's better days. There's better ways also, but you know. I wonder if you would die from asphyxiating on the way down, or if you would die from the impact. Because at that speed, you probably can't breathe real well. Oh, that counted as a different step. Okay. I just want to see how far I can go now. Okay, that's locked. Oh, hello, campsite. You look cozy. Can I interact with you? No. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skill has been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarter. You may call it a day at any time from the blueprint menu tab to return to the campsite for the night. That's where we sleep? That's where we sleep while we're doing the... I have a little plushie. Look, I have a bird. A bird pirate. That's adorable. But also, that's not very comfy. Bruh, sleeping in a tent. They couldn't even get a room outside for him or something. An orchid! I know it's not the right code, but what if I use the safe code? 908 No. Damn it. Damn it, I want to see what's in there! Also, I want the apples. Same. Okay, well. Solid. I think I have 1 day left. And after that I'm going to lunch break thing. That was a pretty good run. It didn't feel pretty good. That's more or less the level at which I get blocked at every run, every day. Day 5. Maybe I should just stop here and eat lunch. It's not like I'm... Just this one more. It's got a puzzle. All 3 statements are false. 2 statements are false. The gems are in a box with a false statement. Okay. Oh god. Okay, so we know that one is a lie. I don't know if that one is true or false, and that determines where the damn gem is. The gems are in a box with a false state. So, if this one is lying, the gem is in fact in a box with a true statement. That means this one and this one are lying. But that one is lying no matter what. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that. Maybe. Aha! Okay. Well done. It's okay. We're building for later. It's fine. That gets us some resource to get started so we can go further. I'm not forgetting anything, am I? Okay. It have been a paradox because it mean one box is false while two boxes were false. You're right. Hi, Ginger! Lord, because this is on the list, I hope. Damn, every game I play is on your list, Ginger! Ah! One day I'll get you to hang out with me. I'll light the bottom of the screen with my lantern, thank you. Have a good lurk. Play blueprints. Don't just tell people to play a game. It's not because she doesn't want to. She might not be able to afford it. You don't know. Or maybe she has a huge backlog. Oh my goodness. That's a bunch of... What you got? Hey, that paid for itself. Now if I could just get a shovel. I've been a new kind of time where I can play 2 games simultaneously. So you could clone yourself basically, right? Like Naruto. Surely. Grab the damn key first, ya fool. Journey onward. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble your note on observation, a pad scrap beside you on your journey. Thanks for the key. Damn it! Give me a shovel. What was that? Metal detector. Greater chance of finding... Oh! I could have grabbed that last time. Bruh. Oh! God damn it. I didn't think I was in there. Okay. What's morning room? That's what I want to know. Wait, what? Oh! Hell yeah! Okay, I'm missing one gem somewhere. Interesting. After work, bye Evie! Good luck at work! Thanks for hanging out. As always. Ah, come on! Why am I so unlucky? I'm always getting the fucking archive, too. I have no gem. I have 0 gem to speak of. And a fern. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I have no gem. I'm out of gem. I've been. Oh my god. Well, that was a good one, guys, right? Good one, guys. Good one. We're gonna take. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. Let me just. There you go. Let's play you guys the music player. Hopefully the DistroKid link has been working properly. I wouldn't know. I wasn't checking. I know, I'm pretty sure. Alright. So, let's give you guys a free boss battle. Why the camp? A boss battle in the meantime. You can join by doing exclamation point join at whatever class you want that's in the choice of champ. And I'll be back in say about 30 minutes. And thank you for your patience. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Well, that wasn't too long. Let me just pause the music. Boop. Hell of the day. Yeah, that wasn't a very good one. Now, if I remember well, this is the last day, I think? We're definitely not getting in. Hey, alright. Let's have a hallway. Try to keep my options open. Well, fuck. Okay. Okay. I don't like what I'm drawing so far. The gem are in a box with a statement. You don't fucking say. Oh, okay. The white box does not have a statement. Okay, so black is truth, blue is lie, which means the box is in fact not. The gem is in fact not in a box with a statement. So this is where the gems are. Hi, Mr. Shiz. How you doing? Locked, of course. There goes my money. There goes my cash. Do 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 do. Rumpus room. Never had a rumpus room. Good, thanks, and you? I'm okay. Jesus. I've been flashbang!
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
Okay.
You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
I mean, I did pay for it.
The image something he was told he would not find.
Okay.
I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find.
So, crowbar the door
It
open?
goes beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. Interesting. Yep, never had that room before. Some music would be nice though. As prophecy foretold. Damn. The prophecy. What you got? What the fuck is a salt shaker for? Sledgehammer, metal detector. Sledgehammer. Oh, I'm fucking broke. Alright. Moving on. I ain't buying anything today. Clearly. Let's see if I'll have better luck on the other side. Not because I'm blocked yet, but because I feel like I'm about to, so I might explore the other options. While I'm not too far out. Be a shame to run out of step here. There you go. That pays for itself. There you go. Well, that would have been nice before, but we're too late in here for that to matter. Guard system. Set security level. Low. Confirm. Change of flying mode to unlocked. One day I'll get both of them to work and actually get some rooms open. Okay. Security's done. You know, I've never had a laboratory. Let's go. Experiment setup. In the laboratory, you are free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. Whenever you draft a shop room, whenever you spend 2 or more gem drafting a room, when you
Right.
draft a hallway from another hallway. Hi, GR. Hold up, I'm sending you to jail. There you go. How you doing, GR? Whenever you draft a shop room, whenever you spend 2 or more gems, set your dice to 2, spread dirt on the driveway. Why would I want dirt on the driveway? Get 1 key for every 2 hallway in your house. Okay, research log. Log into network. I can't. I don't have the password. 5 again? Alright. Look at you in your average brain. Effective immediately. Electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal. Okay. Heating and cooling curves. I feel like that's important. I'm never gonna remember this though. Another screenshot. When am I ever gonna get to his fucking melt? I typically worked over at Sync Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine test. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I have been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit, I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technician would be appreciated. Yeah, that does sound like a fucking problem, doesn't it? Oh boy. I don't think I'm gonna get that puzzle done anytime soon. I need you to stab the repairman for me. Waiting since 11 for this man to show up. Jesus. Is he actually gonna show up though? I mean, I don't know where he is. The most I can do for you right now is just to hand you a knife. I'm sorry. Oh, the place waiting for a callback. You killed Lady for the win. That's okay. I die all the time. Beowulf, congratulations on being today's most violent chatter. Name your prize. Yes, yes, it's in the name. I know. I've been told. More dips would be nice? Okay. Come here, deal. There you go. Seriously though, can we get some actual ambience music going game? Because what the hell? Like, it's not my volume. Why would you give me so much of nothing? Reminder, if you like the flip, Brian made that flip. It's a good flip, and Brian's a good artist. I say so. I don't have any pee, do I? Yeah. And I do. Oh! Okay. Oh, they're gonna be that sneaky? I hate that. Oh no. Okay. Fuck me, man. Of course I have 0 gem. Hello, buddy. Bye-bye. Well. I'm not having great draws right now. I mean, I like that I got both the security and the utility closet, but it's pointless if I'm locking myself in a corner, isn't it? Whatever you spend it, yeah, I remember that. I don't have any gem to spend anywhere, though. Okay. Keys for sale. No, no, I don't want to sell key. I want to make progress. Thank you. It's not fully on there. I redacted? Hyung. There you go. Oh, I'm gonna be so paranoid about everything. And still miss the damn thing, isn't it? wanna play the arcade! Damn. I don't have that kind of money. And I don't want a dead end, so library it is. Okay. Book request form. I do have a picture for that. Hold up. Arcade? No arcade. No arcade. No GR. March of the Pound. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Baron, Herring of the Major. None of these are in there! Okay. That one's got fuck all. Let's see if I can climb this. I can. That's slightly nauseating. Cool. Mount Holy scrapbook. That's a picture of the house. Why does that have tape inside? Well, it is a scrapbook, I guess. The apple tree, we did see that. My favorite floor plan. The den. Can't seem to ever pass it up. Okay. Oh, those are my stats, isn't it? That's my scrapbook. Maybe one day. Most avoided floor plan. I don't want the nursery. I don't know what to tell you, man. Alright. I don't want no baby in my life. Wee. Okay. I don't want the arcade, but it's the only option I have. But you gotta be kidding me. No. Wait, hold up. The bedroom has a Okay, I just need something to pay for it. I'll take it. There's no arcade here. I'm sorry. You can't have it. You can't have something that doesn't exist. Okay, so these rooms are useful then, since I got a broken lemon. Likely to come back here, so I might as well. I can't swim! No! The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plan. Each time you draft, 3 random floor plan are drawn to the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan might differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plan added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day. Unless otherwise stated. No running. Imagine if I died in there. Like I slipped and I fell. Nobody would find my body for like a hot minute. Because no one's living in there. And nobody can find their fucking way in. I'd be so dead. Fuck me. Come on. And it's a dead end. Lovely. Amazing. 2 tree. Deposit box. Tomorrow you will start the day with 20 extra steps. That doesn't matter. It's too late. It's too late. Why am I running into a pillar? I'm out of step. It's over. Since the guy couldn't come. At least they sent someone, I guess. There to do check and see if they installed it right. Bruh. That's all you have to do? God damn it. Okay. Just a quick look to make sure I'm not missing an item or something. No. That's too late for that. That's new. No, it's not. Never mind. It's just different perspective. Apple! Put this apple on your head. This box and the white box are both empty. This box and the blue box are both empty. The other two statements have identical wording. They do not. I'm opening the black. How goes the game? I keep getting cock blocked at around this level. Like around here. I don't know if it's from piss poor planning or just bad RNG, but it sure is happening. I got no money. In terms of money, we have no money. God fucking damn it. I will try to avoid it if I can. I don't like the red room. I don't like the red rooms at all. The trash rooms. Red room? Yes, yes. I hate murder, Lucy. Totally. Look at me, I'm innocent. Well, fuck. Okay. Can't prevent it. Nope. It's locked. A self-care? Hi, Alpaca! Here's my hydrant. And I just checked and my back is straighter than your mom. You're welcome. Someone had to tell you. One day I'll really fuck with your mind and say that out of nowhere. Alright, time for math. One day her back will be straighter than your dad. That's right. Okay, so 4 plus 2 plus 3 plus 9. 9 minus 1, 8 minus 6 equals 2. And 20 multiplied by 2. Oh, no, wait. 20 minus 10, so 10. Multiplied by 2, 20 again. 7 minus 3. Or then multiplied by 3? Or is it multiplied before the... Hey! I got 2 keys. Tell that to your dad, I bet he's jealous. Jealous of all the keys I have. My keys bring all the dads to them young and make it's better than you. I don't know why I'm like this, I'm sorry. Oh? I still have yet to be able to use car keys. Okay. God damn it. I don't have enough money. And all of these are dead end. I have enough stamp. Let's give us the opportunity to buy a key, I guess. See, I'm too broke. Amazing. Mother. This is fine. Okay. You know what it means, we can buy another key. Oh, I should have re-rolled it. I had a dice! Of course. well, at least I got an extra key, I guess. That's useless. There. Lavatory's in. Now, can you stop giving it to me? Any money in here? No. Okay. Please, for the love of God. Oh. Thank you. Is a book here? I feel like that's important. Also, is that me? Like, that's my plushie. Is that for me? Like, am I the sun? Miss Peterson, Simon, whatever that name is. Miss Peterson again. And Babbage. Wait, Babbage is the head of the staff, I think. Dead Bun Margle, who?
I am Darebird, a daring and brave bird. Diving so deep, bird, right on the wave, bird. There's not a dare I would not do, there's not a depth I would not dive to. However, my friends are not very open to the idea that I like the sky less than the ocean. Bird in the sky, not in the sea, that is what they say when looking at me. You are not a seabird, you are not a swim bird. If you are a friend bird, fly in the wind, bird. And shouldn't you always listen to your friend? For they know me best, or so they pretend. So I dare not dive, and I dare not swim. And I dare not step foot in the ocean again. I dare not smile, and I dare not laugh. For they will do it for me, and on my behalf.
Aww. Ah!
And I dare not dream, and I dare not speak, for maybe my friends won't like the real me. And I will say goodbye to my dreams in the sea. I wonder why daring feels just like defeat. Why do you like this story? That's fucking sad. That's depressing. Bruh. Is it upstairs? Where the fuck? I must be blind. I am blind. It's right there. Okay. Can rotate? Oh, come on. Eh. Why do I keep getting the archive? This game loves to give me red rooms. Which I guess makes sense with the whole, red prints and other stuff. I know there's stuff you have to do to be able to open the place. So I know I'm not getting it today, but that's further than I would have gotten otherwise. So that's still a win. Yeah, progress. Ah, damn it. Say, can I grab the basketball? Scammed. I'm scammed. I've been scammed. I want to use the basketball. Spread items. Some special room is spread. When items are spread, they are immediately placed in several of the room of the kernel. However, if you have a conference room spread, items are gathered in that room instead. Yeah, that makes sense. That was in the description. Hello?
money and stuff? Aha! Damn! Hardly. I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 30 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you in numerous time in the past. How stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiation from you. I always had known this final letter could give me perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you, and unfettered by social graces. But I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post, in service to the Sinclair family, and implore you to live to the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar as the concept that may be to you. Besides, I think of a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of a young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post. But as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instruction for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objection might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyer have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, and riddle, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours without string or stipulation. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. No, Herbert. There are 12 major keys. Okay, let me put that on my sticky note. There are 12 major keys. It's green, so it's not a lie, but I don't know if it's true for sure. Okay. Another commissionary. I can't afford shit. Oh. Your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call. It is deadly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminal on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Any question or concern regarding this process should be directed. Why do I need to know that? Also, of course, the terminal password's been scratched out. Commissionary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. I don't know if any of that's useful info. Ah, right next to it. Come on. I was right there. Motherfucker. I got nothing. This is dead end. Dead end everywhere. Okay. Well. Let's see if I can find a room to maybe save my resource. Made in the next random meal. You're right. It's close enough that it's frustrating. What? What do you mean there's still stuff? Oh. Good to know. Oh. Okay. Well, that's it. Call it a day. We got far, just nowhere near being able to win. Yep, I dropped something. 1 sec. I don't like that they count the days. Well, so I thought I had a week, so can we restart already? I don't like this. That's a good one to start with. That's also a decent one to start with.
Banana! One trunk? Okay. Back. Hmm. Right, I can't type numbers. That's a problem. Maybe I should play this with my PNG tuber instead. Of course. Alright, before I get in there, I think I'm gonna explore the other side before I'm too far ahead. Hell yeah! Well, that's not gonna work. God fucking damn it. Okay, break a room, that's good. Off. 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 So maybe we can go back to the security door. That's red, so it's likely a lie now that I think about it. The black box is black. Okay. The black box is true. The black box is empty. Okay. I mean, that one is true for sure. One of these is a lie. I'm gonna assume that means that the black box actually is false. No, wait. Well, the
could both be lying, so I'm gonna go with the black box. Only one of them needs to say the truth. Yeah, that's right. Dang the blue button. Your mom is a lie, Neil! Your mom!
That's right.
You'll never financially recover from this. I know. I know. Ah. Christoph, this is the third time this month you and the car have been gone when your service were required. I don't care how long you have been driving for his lordship. Your absence must be accounted for, Miss Babbage. Is that important? I mean, it's outlined, but it's also all in red. Ah! Ah! Alright, let's get out of here. Oops. I didn't even check. What did I buy? You know what, fuck it. Free green room you have? Nice. Too bad I didn't have any green room at the time. Okay. Yeah. Green rooms, green rooms, green rooms, green rooms. Okay, no sound of money. Good to know. Good to know. I should go easier on the keys. Let's just order all of them. Damn. Oh, for a single cent. Okay. Oh, rack would have been nice, but I don't want to block myself so close to the damn thing. Okay, now I need to get more key. That's unfortunate. That's locked too. Could really use a shovel. Damn. Of course. Motherfucker. Alright. This is a problem. I don't see nothing else. I see. Okay. That's not good. Hey, that's a lot of pet. That's a lot of pet. Betty. Betty, no. Not bad. Okay, enough standing. Oh. Yes! I needed that. Have dinner. Oh, jeez. Cool. I like aquarium, but I kind of need to save my gem right now. What's the code for? It's just a code I'm supposed to like have enchant for DistroKid because it's the reason I have the game. It's kind of like an agreement, and then I have to send a video on. I have to send basically the stream to DistroKid afterwards. I don't know what the code does. I think it brings you to a link to a game, to the game. But hell if I know. It didn't say anything on DistroKid itself, at least. Or if it does, it's not like on the kit thing. So I don't know. Looks like a Steam code. Likely with a discount. Likely. Special case? I need a special... okay. Can shatter padlock on locked trunk. Oh, well, that would have been nice. Stone cut by hand and letters rod. Do speller secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. What? I think it's a key and according to Steam it's... Sorry, hold up, let me remove my key. That's literally the code I'm told to put on DistroKid. I don't know what to tell you. Hold up, let me re-log in on DistroKid. God damn it. Make sure that you trust DistroKid. Yeah, let me log in. Oh, save. Creator kit. You've already done it, and no one even remembers from here. Betty! I saw that, Betty! What the fuck did you do? Thank you. You know what you did. I'll accept it later, though. Yeah, put a screenshot of that. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait, no. I can't. This is too many screenshots. I've already forgotten half the info. Do they not mix? How do I know what to mix together? Okay, well that's not gonna work. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 4. And now I'm stuck. I think I needed a key for here. And I need a special key for this one because fuck this. Fucking hell. And then the enter chamber has been unlocked and access lever are no longer required to grant key entry. That's a lie. You can access security door more likely to appear in the higher rank of the estate. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress forward. Okay. Still don't know what the password is. What do you do what, isolated? How goes you? Ah, well, I'm ready to pull my hair out. We're at what, day 8? We're at day 8 of trying to fucking get to the antechamber now? It won't let me. Pulling hair out. Oh. Pulling hair out stream? I'd rather not dedicate an entire stream to pulling my hair out. I only have so many hair. That sounds painful. I'm gonna get the 700 strand of Jesus Christ. Ugh. I'm good. I might run out of step before that. Running shoes really help, at least. Maybe I should have put that in there. Okay, let's confirm whether or not I'm locked. Yep, special keys. Alright. Well, I don't got no special keys, so we're calling it a day again. You do have one? Well, why didn't it let me... Why didn't it... But I clicked on it! It didn't open! What do you mean? Ah! Right. Stay in. But I did click on it! You know, it's fine. It doesn't matter. The day's over anyway. Let's just keep going. Give me my sledgehammer. Okay. No chest here. I hate using my gem already, but I don't want to lock myself out. Not yet. A sightseer guide to Reddington. Modest account of our town and Sir Andrew Darley. The third largest city in the Fen is the site of its former capital. Reddington is synonymous with mountain mystery and magic. Most tourists head straight for the boardwalk and don't get much further than the botanical garden. However, Reddington has much more to offer. Spectacular scenery, a historic castle, and a charming underground bazaar reward visitors who wish to explore further. Reddington is that type of unique enchanting place that lingers in your mind and memories long after you leave her. Botanical Garden. Reddington's most popular attraction and a guaranteed crowd pleaser, Botanical Garden, is loved by both locals and visitors for its adjourned canopy house and mausoleum, its petal-covered trails, and a mind-boggling variety of flowers. This is the reason springtime in Reddington's busy season, situated just east of town. The botanical garden offers a scenic and captivating tableau of natural countryside. A cobblestone trail meanders past over 1,000 species of tropical plants, each remarkable in its own right, yet even more stunning set against the spectacular backdrop of the Reddington Mountains. Allow yourself at least an hour to indulge in this picturesque walk, which concludes at Mainway Station. Okay. You'll find sitting at the base of Mount Parama, Reddington's second highest summit, a historic site described by scholars as significant important to the realm past. Featherfall Keep, the former home of Lord William Espin, has until recently always been a private residence, serving as a family home to the Espins since before the Third Era. After the death of Lord Espin, his oldest son, Lionel Espin, left the estate never to return. However, the daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. At that point, Featherfall Keep ceased to be a family residence. It began operating as a historic house museum and a tourist attraction, and the estate was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1972. It is still believed by many that Featherfall was built by the first king of Orinda Aries when Reddington was in the capital. However, surface documents containing conflicting dates have recently cast some doubt on the long-standing myth. Close your eyes and imagine tranquil, serene stillness, rolling fogs, clear water, and gliding swans. In the midst of all that beauty sits Trinsdale Lake, one of Fenary's premier vacation destination, exclusive for its more privileged citizens. The lakeside resort and cabins have been frequented by royalty and the realm's gentry for generations. However, Sorry, my keyboard got disconnected. However, the certain shore of the lake, tourists are free to enjoy the views and roll elbows with the rich and famous in the 100-bell tea room, which is often to the generic public for lunch on Monday and Friday. At an elevation of 11,220 feet, Mount Holy is the tallest mountain in the Reddington Range and the highest peak in the entire realm. Beyond the physical challenge itself, climbing Mount Holy Trail is a beautiful experience, and one that many hikers and explorers will want to do at least once. It's only a few hours from Reddington to get to the trailhead, and you won't need any local guide and special gear if you tackle the trail during the summer season. However, those willing to give this mountain a significant amount of planning and research will be greatly rewarded, whether or not they actually summit. On the opposite side of the peak, far from the trail, rests the estate of Mount Holy. Nestled between the summit northern slope and saddle, this 80-acre mountain residence is almost as old as Reddington itself. However, unlike Featherfall Keep, the property has been completely private since the closing of Mount Holy Schoolhouse in '66. Still, hikers will be able to appreciate the house's unique architecture at a distance from one of the trail's many north-facing overlooks. I need a drink. Hold up. For the sentimental tourists wishing to pick up a souvenir to remember their stay, one might try braving the Mainway Station Bazaar. But don't be too hasty. Without proper guidance, the Mainway Station can be a dangerous place. Located underground, this unique marketplace was once Reddington's central railway station, in a time when the realm's train were still in service. Now, the turnstile, footbridge, and platform have been appropriated and turned into a cavern of tents and torches. That sounds cool as fuck! Whether you're bargain hunting, looking for an adventure, or finding a memento to commemorate your visit, the Mainway Station Bazaar Bazaar? You know why I can't say it. Will be a worthy conclusion to your sightseeing adventure in Reddington. I feel like that's a good picture to take, just so I have an idea of what's around. Okay. So that was that book. And it's a fucking archive again. Because of course it is. I'm not taking it. Here. The fuck? Another. Oh my god. Vape and tree. Because we could use extra money now. Thank you for the apple. Christ. Okay. We're gonna go backward a little bit. Before we lock ourselves in. Because I feel like that's where we're headed right now. God fucking damn it. Ah! Please don't be locked. That's usually where I get sneakers. I am not getting sneakers this time. Okay. They really want me to do the dark room, don't they? Yeah, I don't care if that costs me more step. I'm gonna go around. Ah. So if I want to get those, I have to put the freezer at room temperature, which means I need the boiler room. Well, that's fun. Now I know. Oh, so I won't lose money because my account's frozen. Alright, that's interesting. Well, we're fucked. The other two boxes are true. The other two boxes are blue. The other two boxes are empty. Okay, so the other two boxes are not true. Because the other two boxes are not blue. So that's wrong. That's wrong. That means that's true. Which is a problem. Let's try blue. Ah, damn it. Oh, what am I doing? I can go from the parlor, can I? No, I can't. Okay, I take it back. That's a whole fucking go around, isn't it? Like I might as well give the damn thing back because I'm not using it. I haven't seen a single chest. Check item. Put the sledgehammer back. Alright, well, last chance. It's a dead end! Yay! Ah! Okay, well, that's it. Call it again. Okay. It's nice to have a little bit of resource to start with. Hmm. I don't really like the chapel. Again? Why do you want me to have the chapel so much? Fuck. Bruh. Here. Put the fucking chapel in. Now leave me alone. Breaker box. Yeah, fucking damn it. I do need it, but I wanted to keep the way open. Fuck. All right, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe we'll get more opening stuff later. Yeah. I'm sure there's a code for that thing, but I don't believe I have a note for it yet. Hold up. Let me check. No. That's for the room temperature. That's the map. And I still don't know what that's about. Okay. I'm not good at this. What the hell is a sleeping bag? Let's grab a shovel. I should have probably waited. Wet bridge without life? Oh, I should have took the mail room. Okay. You know, and it's fine. It's fine. I'm just stupid. Here's my one key. Mail room. Again?
Quit giving me tiny fucking close-off room! Box next to this box contains gem. Both boxes next to this box contain gem. That's a lie. A box next to this box is true. What? Okay, so one's always lying, one's always telling the truth, and then one is just random. Only one of them has a gem. So white should be a lie. Unless this one is lying, and this one says the truth, and there really is gems on both of them. It was lying. Okay, well... Now I know. This map is starting to look more and more ridiculous. Oh my god, fine, I'll take your stupid package. Thank you. This is not looking good at all. It's okay, I'm used to failure. That's where the lever thing is? Okay. One of the doors open. One of the doors opened. I just have to get there, chat. I just have to get there. I won't
My room placement is horrible. Ah! Please, 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 please. Nell, not worth picking up. Well, that's too bad I haven't. We're assembling the piece of the puzzle though, and that's important. Only as long as I remember it. Spare room it is. I'm afraid to open this. I'm not gonna lie. Can I use my sledgehammer instead? I thought this was... Oh no, I don't have one. Okay, never mind. That's how I did. Matt! Okay. So 12 minus 10 is 2. 4 multiplied by 2 is 8. 6 divided by 2 is 3. Oh boy. 7 minus 3 is 4. Divided by 2 equal 2. And multiplied by 10, 20. Where the hell? Oh, aha! Keys. Fucking hell. Please! Please! Ah! No! That must be the famous streamer lock. I would like... The silver key is one of the important key, right? With a room with many doors? That... no, it's not. Lockpick then. That sucks. Okay. Call it a day again. Save and continue. Okay. Damn, they wasted 0 second. Sure, I'll take my lockpick right now, thanks. Hmm. Keeping my options open. This is locked. It's fine. Okay. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. That's a lie. Gems are in both the blue box and the black box. Oh my god. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. You know what? I believe you more than the others. Okay. Get the money. Eat the banana. Okay. Not ideal. Not ideal. But not completely hopeless either. Never mind. I take it back. It's hopeless. Ah! It's fine. It's not like I just have this one room as a last hope for going forward. No. That fucked up. Again. I don't think I'm made for this game. Anything to reopen my option at this point. God damn it. Okay. It is. Hey dude, it's been a sec. What's your next one?
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
Yep. You
You
better not
find
say the same thing
yourself
again.
Face to face with the great
As it was
Alzara.
foretold, yes.
And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes resting upon 8 pedestals.
Okay.
And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7.
What?
Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms. There is a letter missing.
Lovely.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following
Zara's
day,
talking shit.
I will have nothing more
What isn't he?
to say.
I don't have enough money for a commissary to be useful. Did you get the money in this room? Did I? Good question. I did not. Thank you, Browen. Okay, reopening my options. There you go. There you go. Damn. God fucking damn it. Spare room it is. Still have 35 steps, so I'm not too worried about exploring and running out of steps. Let's give a quick look to We're at the fixed stars. Don't see anything on the floor. Let's move on. Ah, man. Okay. Spare room, please don't be locked. Please. Please. Thank you. Motherfucker. Okay, well. It was an attempt. It was another attempt. We're just not doing well enough. That can't be helped. Oh hey, a keycard. Open the electricity door. That's the first one I found in all of the days I've done, which is 11 of them. Damn. I mean, it's... The idea of being able to use the lock are nice, I guess. But, like... It sounds easier to just turn all of them off. You know what I mean? Let's go to the code track before I call it for this day. Wish I could fucking check in on my items, but that'd be too easy, wouldn't it? Akika can be very important. Yeah, if you haven't gotten the draw for the security and power room. Oh, come on. No. Let's get the hallway. I don't want to lock in my options already. That's too really ridiculously early. Okay. A lot of the chests kind of pay for themselves. This one didn't. This one didn't give me a key back. Okay. That's fair. Oh, I kind of wish I could have had the fucking courtyard. Wait, what? But that was 2 gem. I had... Oh no, the reward is 2 okay. Oh, well that would have been nice earlier. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you sell shovel? You do. Thank you. Let's see. A turnip. Wow. And pebbles. Yay! Hi, Cursive! Oh, hey, you turned up some clues. I sure did. Oh. Oh, no, I did a oopsies. Okay. You're trying to find the blueprints for the walls again? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Only 1 box is true. Only 1 box contains gems. The gems are in the white box. Okay, so I'd say more than 1 box is true, so that one is lying. So it's in the white box.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
How goes the blueprints? I keep getting cockblock at around stage tier 4 or 5. Thank you for the hydrate, Rena. If I'm lucky, I get all the way to the antechamber, but I can't open it because I didn't pull the lever, you know? And it's great. It's great. Okay. This game did some progression stuff that could be frustrating for a bit. Yeah, I'm better at watching puzzles than doing them, but it's still nice so far. Like, I don't think that's something I'm necessarily gonna spend thousands and thousands of hours on like Neo and Brown and deal with, but from time to time. Man, imagine being so rich you can have an aquarium inside your place. It's gonna wrinkle up the rain a bit. That time my brain doesn't feel very wrinkly right now. Between the two of you? Yeah, between the two of you. It's good to have a dice. Oh my god, that breaker room is driving me insane. Like, do you want a breaker room there? What about now? Do you want it now? How about now? Still need to try and get back to Void Stranger. That game went on the deep end. That got a tad bit too exhausting. Also wasn't prepared for the amount of type of note I should keep for it either. Yeah, I'm not crazy about the note thing. When it's integrated in the game, that's fine. Then I'm happy to look through the game and do the stuff, but when the game forces me to have notes outside, like on my phone or my computer or on paper, I'm not crazy about that, to be honest. I helped on some screenshot for Void Stranger, which helped me prep for blueprints. Was it Argon I played it? Ah, I knew it. I knew it. It's Argon. Of course it is. I think I was there for some of the stream. Goddamn motherfucker. Ah! Okay. Maybe I should have kept the fucking lockpick set instead. Okay. Oh, it's unlocked. VPD Bob. Hey, Proxy. I got food. Can I have some? I wonder how much the devil for this played Betrayal at House on the Hill. The room cards just remind me of that game every time. That's fair. Let's go back to the pool. I feel like that makes more sense to open than the other one. No, mine. Well, I asked. You can just say no. You don't have to get angry at me. Gee. I'm not stealing them. Damn. Oh, man! Okay. 19. 2 multiplied by 6? Uh, 20 minus 10 equal 10 multiplied by 2 is 20 again. No, wait, that's divided, not multiplied. So 2 minus 10, 10 divided by 2, that's 5. 12 minus 4, that would be 8 multiplied by 2, so it's 16. Divided by 16, that's 1? So I finally got some mods downloaded last night for Skyrim, I mean. Yeah? What did you download? What mods did you pick? I thought you liked it better, vanilla. Oh my fucking god. Okay, one key. You win! You win! I'm putting that damn fucking breaker room. God damn it. There. There. Now leave me alone. Dragonborn, Be Young Skyrim, Bruma, Vigilant are the main mod I downloaded. Alright. I don't know which one Bruma is. It's okay. You don't have to look it up for me. Okay. Diary is locked. Well, I don't have a key. Who the hell is that? Upgrade only matters if I have a computer to put the upgrade in. I can't grab that. Adds the northernmost region of Cyrodiil to Skyrim in the same way Dragonborn expansion did for Solstheim. Okay. I'm out of keys. That's a problem. Okay. So far, my preference is green rooms, because the green rooms seem to be giving me the best shit. And red room is the worst room, because the worst room always nerf me in some fucking ways. They take my money, they make me blind, they take away my stamina. There's always something with the red rooms. We're done. There's nothing. We can't do nothing. No, wait. I guess there's here. I don't have high hopes, but... Oh, I'm gonna run out of stamina, though. I know. Security has a... It's too late. You're right, but it's too late. But didn't I just buy... You know what, I'm calling it. I don't care. I don't care, I'm calling it. I'm tired of this day, Grandpa! I don't think I'm getting dimension, guys. I don't think that's in the card. Hmm. God damn it. Oh, there goes my key. Here's hoping I get security. Hell yeah! I already turned it off, so long as I put it as unlocked, then I get freely open doors. I don't know why I always set it to low. So now technically, later stage at least, I should have a bunch of open doors. In theory.
Alright, another box one. The gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter B. The blue box is true. The gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter U. Okay, so that's a problem, because they can't all be right. And if it was that one, then I would make both black and blue tell the truth, which is impossible. Therefore, it is not in a white one. Because one of these two is lying. I'm gonna go with the estimation that black is lying and that blue is telling the truth. Not blue. That, my brain. Yeah, that blue is telling the truth. Because, there's definitely a B in here just because of the word box. Fuck! What? Yeah. Okay, well, I was wrong. That's my bid. Why? God damn it. Oh, don't do this to me! What? Why did they all turn down? Ah! Okay. I definitely enjoy watching it more than playing it. God damn it. Okay. The gems are in the false box. The gems are in the false box. Jesus. Only one of the other boxes is false. What? You must be the false box then, because they say the same fucking shit. Open up, Buttercup. Show me the goods. Yeah, that's right. Can only be unlocked with an electronic keycard. The keycard system is currently optional. You would expect to see 1 doors with a low setting and 5/6 with a high setting. I do have a keycard currently. So... high? And if I turn it offline, then I want... oh, sorry. Back. Unlock. Confirm. Back. Exit. Okay. Okay, the boiler room. I'd be lying if I said I know what I'm doing.
Okay, that one is on. Then what? Okay. I don't know what that does. Oh. Okay. Oh, that just to access the next room. Motherfucker. Alright. Fair enough. Okay, that's clearly not on. That's fine. Oh, I have to choose which one I turn on in between the door and the... Okay. Hmm. Well, I don't know what that does. Okay.
Hopefully one of these saved my life, because I'm about to log myself out of any option here. Aha! They really want to give me close-off room that leads nowhere, isn't it? They love those. Jesus Christ. Oh, hey, the new book. There you go. Constellation. This book contains a complete star base, a list constellation, and the observe effect that accompanies the appearance of each one, depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky of any given day. Oh, wait, that's the one that's in the not the library, but the observatory. I don't need to read that. Okay. Okay, I can use one key. Why? A hallway. Items. And locking it over to Silva key leads to a room with many doors. Good. Now, time to find the fucking safe. Okay. Where's the code? Where's the code? Where's the code? Where's the code? It's somewhere. It's somewhere. I saved it. Okay, so 9 0 8 3 enter. I'm sorry? Why not? It literally safe code 9083 and then in the
And I've tapped memo too often I forgot how to spell memo. That's fair. I literally have a note that says safe code 9083. Like that, if that's not it, like I don't. I bet it was on red paper though. It might have been. I don't know. I should have noted that, but I didn't. And now I'm miserable. Blue shrew. I know, it's in the note too! Ah! Okay. Green is obscene. The fuck you mean green is obscene? Bruh. Yeah, it was red. Okay. Fucking liar. I just worked out that this weird noise I've been hearing is one of... Wait, does my avatar stop moving? The fuck? Hello? When did my avatar... When did my avatar's head stop moving? What the fuck? Was anybody gonna tell me? Alright, I'm closing it. I do make a lot of noise, you're right. It could have been it. Too bad it isn't, I guess. Alright, well, let's turn on my ninja tutor. God damn it. Oh my god. Another one that leads nowhere. My favorite. I'm not gonna get anything from the dark room. Okay, that's definitely risky. That wasn't good. Jesus Christ. You gotta be kidding me. Because I don't have any gem? Fuck you. Ah! Any wins yet? No. We've gotten a couple of times all the way to the anti-chamber, but not, like, unlocked it. Each time you eat an apple, whenever you spend 2 or more gem drafting a room, each time you unlock or bypass a security door. Set your dice to 2. Add 3 aquarium to the day draft pool. It's too late to add aquarium. Let's go with dice. Power should be on though. Oh, from the boiled room. I don't have enough step for this shit. Ah! Okay, so we found one point to it. Now we just need to actually open it with the lever. Except we have no key. Even the bones. Listen, Brownwind, I'm hungry, okay? I'm a growing boy. I'm sleeping in a fucking tent. And divided by 4, that's 2. Uh, 17 divided by 2. No, that wouldn't work. So 17 plus 1, so 18 divided by 2. At least now you don't have to pee outside. That's not even a game mechanic, Rowan. 19. Multiply by 3, that would make no sense. Would it? Divided by that. This is harder than my brain can compute right now. I'm getting the calculator. Okay, so 19 multiplied by 3, 57. So I don't know whether to go clockwise or anti-clockwise with this system. Minus 11? No, that makes no sense. What if it was 19 minus 11? And then that would be 8. Multiply by 3? 24 divided by 12? 2. Yep. Okay. I feel like it's a little late for the keys, but now we technically can do stuff here, that means. That's good. Alright, I'm calling it a day. And ending stream, I think. That's 4:57, so. Damn, that was a little frustrating. That was Blueprints. Hopefully you liked it. I got it for free from Lurgit. I don't know for sure if we're gonna play it for next week. I'll think about it. I have to make the schedule, so. On that note, let's look for someone ready guys to. Good night, Zar. Let's see. We got Inocam playing Graveyard Keeper. We have Moonglow playing Dragon Song Tavern. We got Winter Pebble playing Final Fantasy 14 online. We got Pickaxe playing Baldur's Gate 3. I am Timberly playing Abiotic Factor. 16 playing Tomodachi Life. Epi playing Monster Hunter. Which one? World? And then he playing Cult of the Lamb. Abiotic Factor? Oh, can I count that as your vote? restaurant? Thank you, Detty. I appreciate my tools being bent, I guess. Let's see. I've been to a streamer full a few times, but I've never raided there, to be honest. Okay, she doesn't seem to have any ads right now. Here's a shout out. This is where we're going if it doesn't take you with us. Hey, you guys know the tune? Thank you for keeping me company. I hope you had a good time. Take care of yourself. Have a good time zone. I'll see you next time. Bye, guys!